Very good morning and a warm welcome to this live broadcast of the NDF's 35th anniversary parade that is taking place at the Lieutenant General Dino Hamaambo Garrison right here in Grootfontein. I'm joined by Colonel Shilumbu, the spokesperson of the Namibian Defence Force, who will be walking us through the events that we will be seeing today. Very good morning to you, Colonel, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Bambo, and thank you for having me.
Much obliged. We understand that the President has now arrived. We'll be quickly crossing over to the podium and we'll be speaking in between. We have an opportunity, Colonel.
Yes, we are expecting the parade to march on any time from now on, and immediately the parade have marched on. Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, will be also joining us after she has received a briefing at the Army headquarters from the Chief of the Defence Force, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu-Pinias.
All right, just apologies to our viewers that was actually the Prime Minister, Dr. Elia Ngorare, who was received when we saw the attendees standing up. But just walk us through today's events, and perhaps maybe let's start off with significance of the milestone that is being marked today.
Today is the 2nd of June, which is a special day for all Namibians, because on this day, in 1990, the two former adversaries, namely PLAN, that is the SWAPO military wing, and the South African Territory Force, who fought each other for many, many years, were smoothly integrated into a single component to form the nucleus and the pioneers of the Namibian Defence Force, with a constitutional mandate to defend the territory and the national interest of the Republic of Namibia, which most of us are proudly serving the Namibian nation. So this day has been very, very important in the history of the Namibian Defence Force since 1990, where we celebrate those pioneers who have joined the Namibian Defence Force to have the peace that this country is enjoying for the past 35 years.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Let's quickly cross over to the parade so our viewers can also just enjoy the natural sound as the parade passes through.
Again for the arrival of Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Lucia Bedford. Welcome. You may be seated.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching the 35th anniversary parade taking place here in Grootfontein at the Lieutenant General Jerobium Dimo Hamaambo Garrison. And as I mentioned before, I'm now joined, was actually still with Colonel Shilumbu, who'll be walking us through what we're seeing on the screen right now. Colonel Shilumbu, if you may, just perhaps maybe start off with the importance of the brass band. Why is it important for uniformed forces, the police, you know, the NCS, and of course now the NDF, for having a brass band? And after that, you can walk us through the different colors that we're seeing on our screens.
It's not necessary that it's a brass band. We call it a military band. The military band, it's the one that leads the parade, and the troops are marching on the pace or the music, on the instruments that is being played by the military band. So they have to be on the same pace, the military, the troops, and the band itself. So that music, it's leading the troops and they follow the music. So now what you see on the screen, that is the Guard of Honor approaching their line of inspection. And then after them, we have the two army battalions. And then after the two army battalions, we have the Air Force battalion or the Air Force wing. And then after the Air Force wing, we have the Navy battalion.
So just to recap, the ones in red are the army?
The ones in red, blue and white there, they are the Guard of Honor, the Presidential Guard of Honor.
Yes.
And then the ones in the camouflage are the army. We have two battalions. The one in blue, we have, that is the Air Force.
Yeah.
Air Force wing. A wing, it's equivalent to a battalion. And then we have those ones in white, the Navy, that is the Navy battalion.
And then we see the arrival of another official there from the Commissioner General of the NCS, joining many others who have come before. Before the parade started, or during the parade rather, we also saw the arrival of the Vice President, Lucia Betboy, also making her way, and soon we are expecting Her Excellency the President, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, who is the Commander-in-Chief and will be officiating today's event. Colonel, just for interest's sake, you joined the force in 1999. Talk to us about what has changed over the years in terms of the professionalization. What has changed in terms of the professionalization of the force since you and the others that joined at that time, and looking at the current state of affairs today?
When we joined in 1999, we found the Namibian Defense Force already established, but by then it only had the Army, the Air Force. By then it was called Air Wing. It was not Air Force. And then the Navy was also called Maritime Wing. And then in 2004, the Air Wing was then commissioned by the late Dr. Sem Safishuna Nyoma in 2005, just before his retirement. And then the Navy was commissioned in 2004. So those two were very, very big achievement for the Namibian Defense Force to have a fully fledged forces, namely the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. As times went on, we witnessed also the acquisition of assets and equipment, where we have aircraft and vessels. We also had another achievement whereby our members of the Defense Force were trained in different countries, whether they are from the Army, from the Air Force, and the Navy. We have witnessed members being trained in countries such as Zambia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Tanzania, China, Greece, Brazil, United States of America, in Britain, all over the country. So those who were trained came back home and they plow back the experience that they have gained and the knowledge from those institutions in those different countries.
Mm-hmm. We're currently having we just had an aerial view of the parade, and one can't help but wonder to ask how much preparation goes into what we're seeing on our screens right now in terms of rehearsals and what needs to be done for an event of this nature to be pulled off.
Number one is mobilization of troops. The parade or the members who are participating in this ceremony today, we have mobilized 2,300 troops. And mind you that the Air Force, they have also other members who came here at Grootfontein military base who are based in Karibeb. Mm-hmm. And the Navy, obviously, they are based mostly in the Wolfish Bay. So you have to mobilize those troops to bring them here. Mm. Number two is the rehearsal. The rehearsals started last week after the mobilization of all the troops to be on the ground. So rehearsal require also the troops to be physically fit, mentally fit, mm-hmm. and to be disciplined. Because discipline in the force start when it comes to drill. If you are not disciplined, you will not listen to the instructions and you will not follow what you have been told by the commander. As you can see that they all move the same at one word of command from the brigade commander, or they listen to the brigade commander.
Mm-hmm. Let's quickly cross over to the podium.
The Air Force and the Navy. The parade is by the national colors. The parade commander is Brigadier General Patrick Owen Orange, the General Office Commanding of the Air Defense Brigade. Deputized by Group Captain Emily Minanga Simon, the Chief of Staff, Air Force Human Resources. The 1st Battalion from the Army is commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Paul Shehama Shihala, the commanding officer of 263 Battalion. The 2nd Battalion from Army is commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Monica Nandi-Ndaitwah Mbinga, the commanding officer of 125 Battalion. The 3rd Battalion is from Air Force and is commanded by Wing Commander Thomas Nakale Shimana. The 4th Battalion is from Navy and is commanded by Commander Onesimus Molino. The Guard of Honor is commanded by Major Simon Apollo. Apparently there was a change from the Air Force is no more Shimana. He is now Asen Goya, the wing commander. The Parade Sergeant Major is Commander Master at Arms, Abedi Ipine from Namibian Navy. That is all about the colorful parade that you see in front of you.
Yes, Colonel, as we await the arrival of Her Excellency, the President, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, you might know, I'm sure people have noticed at home that the national colors, or the Namibian flag that is being held by the guard of honor, the ones in red, has gold trimmings around it. Can you perhaps just talk to us about the significance about this unique appearance of the Namibian flag?
This flag is called a national color. A national color, it's a replicant of the national flag that has been decorated with gold on the edge of the whole flag, which made it to be called a national color. A national color, a national flag cannot salute the president, simply because it's a national symbol and also a senior to the president. But when it is decorated with gold around it, it allows us as military to carry it in the formation. As you can see, it is on the parade, and it salutes the president because we have reduced its weight for it to be used on the parade. If the national flag is not decorated, it cannot salute the president because it is a senior to him or her. But the moment it is decorated, it becomes junior to the president, and it can be used on the parade as to salute the president.
Thank you so much for educating us about that symbolism. Now, we're also expected to see the president as the commander-in-chief to inspect the parade. What exactly is that, and what's the significance thereof?
Okay. Whenever the president is to attend or to address the nation, where you have a formation or you have a parade formed up, the first thing that Her Excellency have to do is to inspect the parade. It's a welcoming ceremony that you receive officially the president before addressing the parade. So it is part of the package for the Her Excellency when arriving at any parade, that she first have to inspect the parade, and then she can then address the parade or the troops. So that is a package that is prepared always for Her Excellency to be received officially before any addressing take place.
Now, apart from that, Colonel will also see the display of military equipment or military hardware a bit later on in the program, and also an aerial display. Looking at the evolution of the Namibian Defense Forces over the years, how have we grown in terms of acquiring the assets that we have now, and perhaps also just talk about the cost that goes into acquiring this very expensive pieces of equipment?
We have grown from strength to strength, whereby we also appreciate the commitment by the government to make sure that the Defense Force is well trained, well equipped, and also maintained. It is not cheap to maintain a defense force. A defense force becomes so expensive, or is an expensive undertaking. For example, the day you acquire a vessel, you start spending until the day you decommission that vessel. There are certain machines that you cannot switch off on the vessel, or some certain engines that need to run 24 hours, 365 days around a year. So it is a very expensive institution, including the air assets or the aircraft and helicopters. You cannot keep them grounded. You need them to run. You need them to fly. At the same time goes also with your pilots. You cannot have them grounded. They need to fly every day, so that at the end of the day, you don't expect your pilots to make errors, because the moment you don't fly, you don't gain experience. You don't you don't accumulate the number of hours that are required. And if you don't fly, the day you are going to fly, it will be like it is the first time that you are entering the aircraft. So in that sense, we have to keep on training every day. Training never stops in the Namibian Defence Force. That same goes also to the army. We have to keep the troops prepared for combat anytime. So from time to time, the Defence Force have been acquiring different types of equipment, and you'll see them today. And these equipment are also very expensive to maintain them. That's why we keep on training, and we keep on maintaining the equipment, and we keep on having these field exercise training exercises, so that you have a well-trained soldier, where you have also a disciplined soldier, where you have also your equipment are ready for combat at any given time, and we are prepared to undertake any operation that may come up.
You know, General, there's a general, Colonel, there's a general perception that when you speak to the everyday Namibian, many of them feel that if there's no war, what is the reason of having an army? These people are just in a base, as some people would put it. They're just eating, they're just lying there. But they forget that, you know, apart from defending the integrity of national integrity of the country, they're also involved in humanitarian activities in times of disaster, not only at home but abroad as well. Can you perhaps talk to us about the humanitarian aspect or activities of the Namibian Defense Forces, and maybe just point out some of the key ones over the years that we have carried out, not only here at home but also abroad, perhaps?
You don't establish the Defense Force the day when you go to war, or you don't train your soldiers the day when you have to go to war. You have to prepare for any eventuality. When it comes to our secondary role of assisting civil authority and civil power, the Namibian Defence Force for over the past 35 years has been involved in assisting civil authority. We have experienced for a number of years flood in this country, drought in this country. The Defence Force, both Army, Air Force and Navy, has been assisting in drought relief operations. It has been assisting in flood, where we have seen in certain regions such as Zambezi and then Omsati, Oshana, Ohangwena, were affected. Even this year, were affected seriously when it comes to flood. So we deploy our assets and equipment and personnel to assist by airlifting some of our members of the public, save lives, and also airlifting their properties, and also we distributed drought relief food to certain regions. So we must be prepared to undertake such assignments whenever it arises, and whenever the Office of the Prime Minister, especially that deals with emergencies, we come in and then we assist, and by making sure that all Namibians are attended to and their lives are protected, or they are safe, and their properties are also protected from any disaster. We have also been involved in felt fire fighting, whereby we assisted some farmers. They will always call upon members of the Defence Force. I remember in the Rongo region, we have deployed our Air Force members to assist some farmers where their land was really affected, or it was destroyed by fire. So we deploy those members to assist farmers, so that we make sure that fire is extinguished on time, and their livestock are not destroyed.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We also know that the NDF has been, over the years, involved in peacekeeping missions over the years, one of them being Liberia, I believe in Sudan, South Sudan as well. Why is it important for our Defence Force to partake in such missions? And please perhaps maybe walk us through the procedure. Is it the country that is in turmoil that approaches the organization like UN, or is it us as a member of the UN that proposes to say, look, we see a need for us to send troops there to achieve the objective at the end of the day? Talk to us a bit about that.
Okay, let me just give a background. When Namibia gained her independence in 1990, just before 1989, we have seen a number of UN peacekeepers who came to Namibia to assist or to oversee the general elections in 1989.
Yeah, through UNTAC, yeah.
Yes, so Namibia, it's also born through the process of peacekeeping, where UN has deployed a number of troops who came in Namibia. There were a lot of them from Kenya. There were some from India. There were some from different countries. So as a result, UN also from time to time approaches the government of the Republic of Namibia that we want peacekeepers to be deployed in a certain country. So as a result, at 2 years, when the NDF was just 2 years in 1992, Namibia found itself, the Namibian Defense Force found itself in Cambodia for peacekeeping operations. And then later on, we found ourselves in Angola for UNAVEM mission in Angola. And then later on, we find ourselves in Liberia. And then we find ourselves in Darfur, we find ourselves in South Sudan. So Namibia has a good record when it comes to peacekeeping operations.
Right. Colonel, there we see the motorcade of the President, Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, making its way, actually arriving on the tarmac, and we can expect the program to officially kick off. Just quickly, Colonel, we know that today there will also be a conferment of National and Namibian Defense Force honors. Briefly just talk to us about that.
Yes, on the 7th of March this year, the Air Marshal Martin Kambolo Pinyas, Chief of the Defense Force, has commended the Namibian Defense Force for a job well done during the bereavement period of our late founding father. And as a result, he took a decision to say that he is going to confer medals and national honors to some of the members of the Defense Force who have contributed during that period, but also the rest of members of the Defense Force are also going to receive their medals from their respective service commanders. So today it's only few members who are going to receive those honors, national honors and NDF commendation medals. The President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, has just arrived.
Yes.
We expect her now to mount the dais, and immediately after she has mounted the dais, the parade is already to receive her officially, whereby the national and AU anthem is going to be played, and that will be followed by the inspection. The CIC is going to inspect the parade, and then the official program will start.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Colonel. I think we can now cross over to the podium where the event will kick off soon. Yes, Colonel, before they start with the national, with the anthems rather, which unfortunately is now started, we'll talk about, please just walk us through the concurrency with the 21 gun salute along with the national anthem.
Okay. This ceremony will be in two folds, namely, it is not only the 35th anniversary, but also Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, accorded, or it's been accorded an opportunity that's supposed to be accorded to her during the 21st March 2025 at Independence on the occasion of Namibia's 35th independence celebration, which unfortunately could not take place at Independence Stadium.
Absolutely.
At this time, around the soldiers are here to accord Her Excellency and the Commander-in-Chief the trust, loyalty, and respect for her authority as a Commander-in-Chief through the salute and fly pass.
All right, thank you, Colonel. Let's cross over.
Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, the 35th Namibian Defense Force anniversary parade is formed up, consisting of the Army, Air Force, Navy, and joined by the National Color, ready for your inspection and address. Reporting Brigadier General Patrick Owen Orange, General Officer Commanding Air Defense Brigade and Parade Commander, Your Excellency.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching the live broadcast of the NDF's 35th anniversary parade taking place right here in Grootfontein at the Lieutenant General Dimo Hamaambo Garrison. Colonel Shilumbu, just walk us through as to what is going to happen now. We're seeing the President mounting the UAZ Patriot open jeep to inspect the parade. Walk us through that real quick.
Yes, Her Excellency is going now to inspect the parade, accompanied by the Chief of the Defense Force and the parade commander. So, first of all, Her Excellency is going to pay a compliment to the national color as she leaves the dais. Now she's on her way to start at the edge of the parade with a national color, whereby she's paying a compliment to the national color and then proceed with inspecting the parade, accompanied by the Chief of the Defense Force and the parade commander. So as I indicated earlier, that normally at ceremonies such as independence, commemoration or celebration days, inspection is used to welcome the commander-in-chief at that event before addressing the public or the troops. Mind you that this welcoming is accompanied by 21 gun salute, which is part of the said parade. In other words, that's the presidential package which need to be followed, meaning you cannot fire 21 gun salute where there is no a parade of any kind. There should be a parade, either a full guard of honor, a half guard, or a quarter guard, in the absence of the full parade. Another example, the guard of honor, they see off the commander-in-chief whenever leaving the country on official duty, and also receive the commander-in-chief back in the country. So before any inspection, the commander-in-chief always receive a briefing by the Chief of the Defense Force.
It's not a Colonel, for those that are watching now, we see that the president is holding a scepter of some sort. Is there any significance to that symbolism, to the way she's delivering her salute to the forces?
Well, this is the first time that I'm also seeing this. I think that is the symbol of authority that she has as a commander-in-chief. You remember on the day she was inaugurated as the President of the Republic of Namibia. So it is just to show that she means business here as a commander-in-chief, and she is inspecting her troops. Now, you see the red flag with colors. It's the army color, and then the blue one, it's the Air Force color, service color, and then the white one, it's the Navy service color. So these are all service colors,
and they're also standing in
their respective
seniority.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
The one for the army, it's with the army, and then the other one for the Air Force, it's with the Air Force, and then the service color for the Navy, it's also with the Navy. So at the edge or at the end of the parade, we will have the parade commander requesting permission from the commander-in-chief to march past the parade, and also to reform and wait for the keynote address from the commander-in-chief.
All right, let's allow our viewers to also absorb the natural sound coming from the military band.
If the commander-in-chief observes something wrong on the parade because these troops has been prepared, obviously the commander-in-chief will immediately ask or question the Chief of the Defense Force that, can you explain to me, I'm seeing this and this, that is not right. And then the Chief of the Defense Force will be answerable to the Commander-in-Chief.
Your Excellency, may I have your permission to march past the parade?
Yes, welcome back. What a wonderful display there by the various services of the Namibian Defense Forces. Colonel, earlier on we did speak on what the president had in her hand, the scepter, and I did ask a question about, you know, the way, what significance it has, and also the way she was using it to salute the parade. Talk to us a bit about that.
Mind you that it's for the first time that this country, or Namibia, is ruled by a female president. Therefore, a female president by nature, as a woman, she carry a handbag. Now, instead of carrying a handbag on the parade, she must carry, or she must have, a symbol of commandship. That's why, by tradition, the authority which makes her as a commander-in-chief, which in many ways are wrongly understood by most of our civilians. That's a military customary worldwide. They do that. That's why our commander-in-chief has that symbol, while the chief of the defense force is having a sword. Those are normal practices everywhere you go. You will see that a female president will have that symbol instead of a handbag to carry it on the parade. So that symbol, it's a symbol of commandship, that she is the commander-in-chief and she's in charge of the defense force in the country.
All right. Thank you for that. A bit of education, like they say, we live, we learn. Lifelong learning.
Yeah, we are learning every day, and this is new. It's for the first time that the commander-in-chief, since she took over as a commander-in-chief, inspected a parade of this magnitude.
True.
So, and that's why we see this. Normally, when she has been going out of this country, you saw her. She went to Angola, she went to Zambia, she went to Zimbabwe. She never inspected the parade.
Absolutely.
She inspected the portion of the guard of honor whenever she leaves from the airport or arriving. But today, she have inspected the whole parade. Absolutely. Comprising of the guard of honor, the army, the air force, and the navy. And this is a brigade plus ceremonial brigade plus parade.
All right, Colonel, thank you for that. Let's cross over to the podium where the welcoming remarks are being delivered.
Johannes Julius Amsel, Governor of Ochozonjuba Region, Honorable Saki Kathindi, Governor of Oshikoto Region, Your Worship Talita Garrison, Mayor of Grootfontein, Service Chiefs, Lieutenant General Retired Martin Shali, former Chief of the Defense Force, Service Commanders, former Service Commanders, General Officers and Senior Officials, Defense Advisors and Attaches accredited to the Republic of Namibia, Senior and Junior Officers and Officials, NDF Sergeant Major, Service Sergeant Majors, and other Sergeant Majors present, other ranks, members of the business fraternity, distinguished invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Morning, sir.
It is my distinct honor and privilege to serve as your Director of Ceremony for today's historical occasion. I am Brigadier General Philemon Hidimonjila Shafashike, Chief of Staff, Policy and Plan at the Defense Headquarters. And I will be guiding you through this celebratory program alongside with my able co-director, Colonel Simeon Panduleni Nahole, the Chief of Staff, Logistics at Army Headquarters. This day marks a significant moment in our national calendar, a celebration of the 35th anniversary of the Namibia Defense Force. Today, we are not only commemorating the passage of time, but reflecting on the endurance legacy, sacrifice, and loyalty of the sons and daughters of Namibia who proudly serve the nation. We stand here united to honor the journey of the Namibia Defense Force, born from the integration of former liberation and opposing forces, matured through adversity and discipline, and now respected across the region and beyond as a professional and dependable instrument of government. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to walk you through the remaining portion of today's program. Shortly, I will request the Chief of the Defense Force, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu-Pinyas, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Thereafter, I will invite the Honorable Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs to introduce our keynote speaker. Her Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defense Force will then deliver the keynote address. This will be followed by the conferment of national and NDF honors to 14 recipients by Her Excellency. At the same vein, the Chief of the Defense Force will also confer NDF commendation medals to 24 recipients. Consequently, that will then mark the end of the parade. I will later request all present to rise once more for the national salute, during which the anthems of the African Union and the Republic of Namibia will also be played. The parade commander will then seek permission from the commander-in-chief to march off the parade. This will culminate in equipment display segment showcasing the operational readiness of our defense force. After the display by the Namibia Defense Force, I'll briefly make a few announcements before we transit to the final phase of our program, which will be a luncheon to be served at a tent erected at Lieutenant General Jerobium Dimo Hamaambo Sports Stadium. Your Excellency, it is now my singular honor to request Air Marshal Martin Kambulu-Pinyas, the Chief of the Defense Force, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Air Marshal.
Thank you very much, Director of the Proceedings. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, and Lieutenant General Nandi-Ndaitwah, the First Gentleman of the Republic of Namibia. Your Excellency, Comrade Lucia Witbooi, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, the Right Honorable Dr. Elijah Shitunga Gurare, the Prime Minister, Honorable Franz Kapofi, the Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs, Honorable Erika Shafuda, the Minister of Finance and Social Grant, Honorable Emma Theophilus, Minister of Information and Communication Technology, Honorable Benedict Likando, Director General, Namibia Central Intelligence Service, Honorable Dr. Charles Mubita, Deputy Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs, my dear brother and special guest, Aviation General Altino Carlos Jose dos Santos, Chief of the General Staff of the Angolan Armed Forces, Ms. Anneli Haifene, Executive Director of the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs, Honorable Kamseb Julius, Governor of Otjozondjupa region, and other governors who are here present. I recognize the Governor of Ochikoto region. Your Worship, Talita Garrison, the Mayor of Grootfontein, and other mayors who may be present here, service chiefs, former chiefs of the Namibian Defense Force, former service commanders, generals, marshals, and flag officers, defense advisors, attachés accredited to the Republic of Namibia, junior and staff officers and officials, NDF sergeant major, sergeant majors, service sergeant majors, and other sergeant majors here present, distinguished invited guests, members of the Namibian Defense Force, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, good morning. I say good morning. Good morning. That's better. It is indeed my profound honor and privilege to welcome you all to this momentous occasion marking the 35th anniversary of the Namibian Defense Force establishment. We are celebrating a journey, a legacy born of unity, forged through discipline, and sustained by an unyielding commitment to defense and sovereignty of our motherland. From the onset, allow me, Your Excellency, to extend in particular a heartfelt and respectful welcome to yourself, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. Your Excellency, we are humbled indeed and deeply honored by your presence here at this important occasion. Your personal attendance at this ceremony, Comrade President, not only inspires the Defense Force, but also reinforces our national commitment to unity, security, and peace. Equally, I extend a warm welcome to all dignitaries present, Her Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, my esteemed special guest, Aviation General Altino Carlos José dos Santos, the Chief of the General Staff of the Angolan Armed Forces, service chiefs, defense attachés, regional and local leaders, and all distinguished invited guests. Your presence underscores the national importance of this celebration, and your ongoing support strengthens our mission. Your Excellency, the Namibian Defense Force did not emerge out of conveniency. It was born from the solemn determination to protect the sovereignty of a young republic, a nation emerging from the shadows of apartheid colonialism. Guided by the Constitution and anchored in Article 115, the Namibian Defense Force became the institutional expression of national sovereignty. The establishment of the Namibian Defense Force in 1990 marked a profound moment of national transformation when former adversaries chose reconciliation over division to form a single unified instrument of power. This was more than a mere integration of opposing forces. It represented a political, social, and national covenant rooted in unity and forgiveness. The symbolism of that historic act continues to echo across our nation to this day. Indeed, the Namibian Defense Force stands as a living embodiment of our country's unwavering commitment to peace, justice, and reconciliation. It is the shield of the Republic, the pride of our people, and a discipline, and the pride of our people, and a disciplined custodian of our hard-won independence. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate 35 years of noble service, we pause to pay tribute to those who stood at the forefront during moments of great adversity, and to those who paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. From protecting our territorial integrity to rendering humanitarian assistance in times of floods, droughts, and pandemics, to raising the national flag high in international peacekeeping and enforcement missions, these acts are not mere operational duties. They are solemn affirmations of patriotism, sacrifice, and selfless service. We will continue to salute the gallant sons and daughters of Namibia, whose blood has watered the tree of our independence, and whose legacy continues to inspire this force to uphold peace, security, and national pride. The NDF is more than a uniformed body. It is a national institution that has matured alongside the state. We have grown from modest beginnings into a structured and professional entity with land, air, and maritime capabilities. It is a force that continues to invest in its people, modernize its platforms, and honor the ethos of service before self. Your Excellency, as we gather here today, we honor not only the remarkable achievements of the past, but also the steadfast resilience of the present and the unwavering promise of the future. The parade assembled before you, drawn from all three arms of service and various formations, stands as a proud tribute to your esteemed leadership, Your Excellency, and a symbol of our combat readiness. Moreover, today's parade serves to reaffirm our enduring military tradition of rendering full honors to the Commander-in-Chief. It is particularly significant as it grants us the opportunity to extend the ceremonial salute, which, due to unavoidable circumstances, could not be accorded during Your Excellency's inauguration earlier this year. I must also say here, Comrade President, that the troops on the ground, on the parade today, were exactly those troops who were prepared for the parade on the 21st of March, 2025. And upon receiving the information that the parade was cancelled, soldiers felt very, very unhappy about it. They wanted to show their readiness to their commander-in-chief. But today, as you can see, Comrade President, if you look at their faces, they are beaming with happiness. As the Chief of Defense Force, I assure you, Your Excellency, that the Namibian Defense Force will continue to uphold the highest standard of loyalty, professionalism, and patriotism. We remain guided by our core values of patriotism, dedication to duty, integrity, and teamwork. We will continue to earn the confidence of our people and honor the trust of our government. To the members of the Namibian Defense Force, I say this to you. Wear your national uniform with pride. Serve your motherland with honor. And never forget the sacred responsibility you carry on your shoulders for the defense of our country and our nation. The road behind us defines our legacy, but the road ahead of us will define our destiny. I conclude, Your Excellency, by once again thanking you and all our esteemed guests for gracing this ceremony. Your presence affirms the significance of the Namibian Defense Force in the fabric of our Namibian house. And with that, I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Chief of the Defense Force. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, having heard those heartfelt and inspiring remarks by the Chief of the Defense Force, we now continue with our program. It is now my honor to request the Honorable Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Honorable Franz Kapofi, to formally introduce our keynote speaker for the day. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, General Shafashike, for giving me the floor. You have asked me to formally introduce the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker is the President of the Republic of Namibia, the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. Do you know her, all of you? I heard some small voices here, but I did not hear from this side and from that side and this side. I want to repeat. Do you know the President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force? Thank you very much for affirming that you know your President, you know your Commander. Upon assuming her office as President, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah undertook various activities across our country, visiting our people, speaking to our countrymen on various issues affecting our country. Recently, she just returned from other undertakings, visiting her counterparts in our region. As a courtesy of herself as President of the Republic of Namibia, she visited the republics of Angola, the Republic of Zambia, the Republic of South Africa, the Republic of Botswana, the Republic of Mozambique, and the United Republic of Tanzania. Despite all these efforts, all these activities, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, as Commander-in-Chief, agreed to be here today to be with us as we commemorate or as we celebrate the formation of the Namibian Defense Force, our 35th anniversary of our existence. We feel very proud, Your Excellency, to have agreed to come. Your soldiers, your airmen and sailors, and the special forces are ready to receive your instructions, Your Excellency. And I would like to invite all of you to join me as I invite Her Excellency to address the parade. Comrade President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Franza Kapofi, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs. And may I ask those who can sit to take their seats. I also recognize our able Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency Lucia Vetboy, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Right Honorable Elijah Ngurare, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Ministers and Members of Parliament present here, the Director General of Namibia Central Intelligence, our host, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinyas, Chief of the Namibian Defense Force and former Chief of the Namibian Defense Force present here. Our special guest, Aviation General Antonio Carlos Jose dos Santos, Chief of the General Staff of the Angolan Armed Force. We are very honored that you found time to come and join us, because Namibia and Angola, we have our special relations that we should continue to strengthen at all times. Having said that, may I kindly ask that I stand on the protocol as established by our Directors of Ceremonies, and to recognize members of the Namibian Defense Force as you are here in your different uniforms. As I stand here today in front of this impressive and colorful parade, mounted by the Namibian Defense Force, I'm taken back into memory lane when it was discussed whether there is a need to have a defense force or just a paramilitary. The discussion was based on the narrative that we were getting our independence at the end of the Cold War, and that the global threat could have been seen to have diminished. However, thanks that in the final analysis, it was agreed that we need to have a Namibian Defense Force. Credit goes to visionary political leaders under the leadership of our founding president, Comrade Sam Safishuna Nujoma. May his soul rest in eternal peace, as a decision was taken to establish the Namibian Defense Force. Subsequently, Chapter 15, Article 115 of the Namibian Constitution as amended, called for the establishment of the Namibian Defense Force. We salute the pioneers of the Namibian Defense Force, those living and those who have left us. Among the latter, we are remembering Lieutenant General Dimo Hamaambo, the first CDF of the Namibian Defense Force. And it's not by accident that this headquarters of the Army is named after him. Director of Ceremonies, today I am therefore honored to address a full-fledged Namibian Defense Force composed of the three services, namely the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. Equally, I'm grateful to join you in celebrating and marking the 35th anniversary of the existence of the Namibian Defense Force. Of significance to me is that I'm dressing this colorful parade in my new role as President of the Republic of Namibia and in my capacity as Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. And I thank the people of Namibia for having honored me to entrust me with that important responsibility which I'm ready to carry out. And this speaks to the importance I attach to our forces and the role the NDF plays in guarding our sovereignty, safety, and security. Director of Ceremony, let me thank Honorable Franz Akapofi, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinyas, Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, of course, our Deputy Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Charles Mbita, and their team for commendable job they have made in preparing this historical day as we are celebrating the 35th anniversary, and one is really seeing the resounding success of this event. Director of Ceremonies, it must be underscored that all over the world, the Defense Force are very important, both at the national and international level. While nationally, their major role is to defend the territorial integrity of their respective countries. Internationally, they are instruments in the maintenance of international peace and security. Hence, their deployment in the areas of international conflict is inevitable. It's therefore important that members of the Namibian Defense Force must be aware of their national and international obligations and must therefore be ready anytime when they are called upon for any mission. I was very much proud when I was honored this morning to inspect the Guard of Honor and the parade. And I must say, looking at your faces, I came out more assured of the force that we are having in these countries. Therefore, as an instrument of state, the Namibian Defense Force will always serve as a fallback strategy at the disposal of the state. As such, a day like this one that brings members together is important and must serve to reflect and remind members of the force of their responsibility. for them to recommit with dedication and determination to serve the nation. Director of Ceremonies, today is also a day to reflect on the journey traveled by our gallant men and women since the NDF establishment on the 2nd of June, 1990. This journey reminds me of the famous ancient Chinese proverb which states, and I quote, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step," end of the quote. Indeed, from humble beginnings, the NDF has developed and transformed into a formidable and professional force ready to withstand the challenges of the 21st century. The CDF has been very clear on this point during his welcome remarks. Today's celebration does not only aims to reflect on the success and the challenges of the NDF during the past 35 years, but also serve as a symbol of national unity, unity in diversity, unity the key to sustainable development. It's important to underline that the NDF was born out of a policy of national reconciliation that was adopted at independence by our visionary leader, Comrade Sam Safishuna Nujoma. I know our Director of Ceremony has also alluded to this. Under the policy of national reconciliation, the former opposing forces, namely the combatants of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia and the South Africa Territorial Force, were successfully integrated into a unified single command of the Namibian Defense Force. The successful integration came after years of blood battles between the two warring forces. Our appreciation goes to those who pioneered and practically made the integration possible at a time when there was no confidence between the forces. The successful implementation of the policy of national reconciliation within the Namibian Defense Force underlines by the late founding president vision of a brighter, inclusive future for Namibia, as articulated in one of his famous statements when he once said, and I quote, "A people united, striving to achieve a common goal for all members of society will always emerge victorious," end of the quote. Yes, the pioneers of NDF had one common goal, and that is to ensure safety and security of Namibia's territorial integrity. Truly, they have succeeded. Hence, we can see a force in front of us. Against this backdrop, as Namibians, we have every reason to be proud and to celebrate this stirring and unique achievement, which will remain a deep-rooted story of the land of the brave. Director of Ceremony, furthermore, I'm pleased to witness this colorful and professional parade mounted by brave men and women of the Namibian Defense Force. The level of professionalism displayed at this parade symbolizes the national pride. As a national force, guided by the principle of inclusivity, which seeks to unite all Namibian citizens under the man of one Namibia, one nation. I understand all 14 regions are represented at this parade. This parade is therefore a true reflection of the unity and diversity of our motherland. And we should keep it like that at all times. I want to assure you that the government of the Republic of Namibia remains committed to the values of national unity and common identity by ensuring that the strong foundation of the Namibian Defense Force must be maintained. Director of Ceremony, I strongly urge all members of the force to always feel proud and remain united for a common purpose. Unity of purpose must always serve as a pillar that glues us together in defending of our motherland as entrenched in our national constitution. As the shield of our nation, members of the force, you must know that outside the force can use many words, can use any words from your mouth against us. As members responsible for the defense of our motherland, who are well trained for the mission and disciplined military personnel, you are therefore obliged to always communicate through your established lines of command and structure. You must understand that you are the ones who are on the service of the Namibian people. Our underlying factor is that as you stand in front of me, you are all here after you have joined the force on your own free will, having accepted to be members of the force. You have accepted also to forfeit some of your rights on behalf of the nation. That means, as members of the force, you are on duty 24 hours throughout the year. I must therefore underline that joining the force is a serious commitment you have made to your nation. Among the commitments you have made is to operate under difficult circumstances and even die for the defense of your country and its people. Against that background, it is critical to emphasize that as members of a professional force, all your activities and behaviors must always remain within the boundaries of your profession. As your commander-in-chief, I'm making it clear that I do not want members under my command to put the country's security at risk. And that's why I'm saying, as members of the force, any word that is coming from your mouth can be used by our opponents, analyze it, and use it against us. And that's why I am asking you that anything related to the activities in the force, we should use the established lines of command for us to communicate among ourselves and to address issues as they come. Director of Ceremonies, at this juncture, allow me to commend some of the major achievements by the Namibian Defense Force. Dating back to the 1993, the Namibian Defense Force contributed to various United Nations and African Union peacekeeping missions around the world. And this was made possible because of the commitment and the discipline of our force. The first successful NDF contingent was deployed at the United Nations Transition Authority in Cambodia within less than 3 years of its existence. That successful mission to Cambodia was followed by many more countries, such as Angola, Eritrea, Sudan, South Sudan, Liberia, Kosovo, Cote d'Ivoire, among others. And our gallant soldiers have really raised our national flag high and left their footprint. And that's why currently Namibia is registered as one of the UN troop contributing forces, to the extent that now and then the UN, whenever they want to send contingent on peacekeeping operation, they approach countries that are listed, including Namibia, if they are able to participate. At the regional level, the Namibian Defense Force played a critical role in restoring peace and security in the Democratic Republic of Congo from 1998 to 2021, together with other SADC member countries such as Angola and Zimbabwe. Regrettably, DRC is still currently experiencing conflict between security forces and the militant group led by M23. It's our hope that the citizens of this country will find one another for a solution to be found in their country. Notably also, the Namibian Defense Force has also contributed military personnel Am I audible? Thank you very much. I was at the point when I was recording that we have also contributed military personnel to the SADC mission in the Republic of Mozambique. And currently, the Namibian Defense Force maintains its presence in the United Nations mission in South Sudan and the United Nations Interim Security Force for Abia, where 80% of the Namibian officers in those missions, I'm informed, they are female. I have seen the marching here. You can say more or less the balance, and this is what we are aiming at. And I'm glad to inform that as a nation, our female members are doing a commendable job, just like their male counterparts. Furthermore, Director of Ceremonies, I want to commend the Namibian Defense Force in rendering humanitarian assistance to civilian authorities during national disasters and climatic situations. Recently, Namibia experienced floods, particularly in the northern region. In this regard, the Namibian Defense Force, in collaboration with the Office of the Prime Minister, provided much-needed logistical support and services to the flood-affected communities. During the month of February-March 2025, the Namibian Defense Force, under the political leadership of Honorable Francois Kapofi, and under the direct command of Air Marshal Phineas, made our nation proud when members of the force, particularly the Air Force, transported the mortal remains of our late beloved founding president and father of the Namibian nation to some of selected regions. Transporting his remains to regions has given our people a chance to say farewell to him, and also for us to give him a befitting farewell when we finally put him to rest at the Heroes' Acre. I therefore like to once again congratulate our forces and to assure you that the Namibian nation are very much proud of your service. In the area of capacity building, it is anticipated further, and in anticipating any future peacekeeping operation and peace support mission in the region, the Namibian Defense Force continue to participate in joint planning, joint training, and joint operation with other militaries in the SADC region. Such exercises are also part of the Africa Standby Force, to which Namibia is a member. And I remember this very well because this African Standby Force was established at the time when I was a Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. The upcoming field training exercise between the NDF and the Botswana Defense Force therefore serves to strengthen our military cooperation, good neighborliness, and ensure preparedness for any regional or international specific mission as appropriate. Generally, it's important to pursue military-to-military interaction and cooperation between the NDF and the other sister defense in the region. Such cooperation helps to build confidence and trust among SADC member states. Director of Ceremony, as a national fallback strategy and instrument of state, the Namibian Defense Force must adopt short, medium, and long-term strategies towards modernization and professionalization. As these strategies must be tailor-made and must enable the Namibian Defense Force to cope up with contemporary missions for action. Accordingly, I'm directing the following. 1, discipline. Discipline is an artery of any force and must be maintained to a measurable professional standard. And I want to underline the word the artery. We know in our bodies, once you broke the artery, then the person is gone. Number 2 is the welfare. The welfare of our service men and women should be enhanced and maintained at a high standard. Number 3, training. Training, retraining, monitoring, evaluation, and validation of training must propel our motto of, and I quote, train hard and fight easy. Number 4, we are living in the world of technology. Therefore, technological space and technology must be key factor aimed at keeping the force current in a faster changing world. Number 6 is the recruitment. Rejuvenate the force to ensure that there is no age, skill, and professional gap in our force. And number 6, fighting capability. There is a need, or we have to ensure contemporary fighting capability for both the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. And this is what I would like to see the Namibian Defense Force focusing on those 6 areas so that we continue to have a professional defense force that is able to serve us both at home and internationally. Director of Ceremonies, as I conclude, I urge that we must hold hands together as we continue to build on a strong foundation already established by those who came before us. The ultimate goal must be to steer the Namibian Defense Force and the nation towards a peaceful, united, resilient, and prosperous Namibia. I wish you a happy 35 Namibia Defense Force anniversary. And long live the Namibian Defense Force, long live the Republic of Namibia. I thank all for your kind attention, and let us enjoy the rest of the day and make every day a day of the Namibia Defense Force. Thank you.
Your Excellency.
Wait. The hands are not, I'm not happy with that clapping of hands, unless you say one more. Please, I did not hear anything from there.
Your Excellency, we are deeply moved and inspired by your address, your vision and unwavering support to the Defense Force serve as a moral compass for all of us in uniform. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to one of the most significant moments of today's celebration, which is the conferment of national and NDF honors. Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force will now bestow national and NDF honors upon deserving recipients whose distinguished service has brought pride to the force and to our nation. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the conferment will be done in 3 honors categories. Category 1, Most Excellent Order of the Eagle, 3rd class. This will be awarded to 3 recipients. Category 2, Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, 2nd class. This will be awarded to 3 recipients. Category 3, Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, third class. This will be awarded to 8 recipients. I now call upon Brigadier General Thomas Ngotipeni Showa, Commandant of the Namibian Defense Force Training Establishment, to read the citation of the recipients. Commandant.
Honors by virtue of power vested in her by Article 32H of the Namibian Constitution of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, the Grand Master of the Namibian Nation Honors System, hereby confer honors to the following honorees who have respectively and exemplarily contributed to the development of the Namibian Defense Force in various capacities with zeal and dedication. Citation: Air Vice Marshal Teofel Shaende is indeed a courageous and dedicated commander with exceptional achievement in military training, operations, staff assignment, and commandship. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1999 as a second recruit intake in the Namibian Defense Force. He has been a symbol of inspirations to youth and future generations of Namibia for being a combat pilot of the Namibian Air Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duty with utmost discipline, enthusiasm. Air Vice Marshal Shaende served in numerous different portfolios, and he is currently serving as the Namibian Air Force Commander. Today, we honor Air Vice Marshal Shaende, a career marshal officer, for the role he has played in the development of the Namibian Defense Force, in particular with the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we honor Air Vice Marshal Teofel Shaende, a most excellent Order of Eagle, as we invite him to join the bed of alumni of the Namibian Nation Honor System as the most excellent order of the Eagle third class. Citation: Major General retired Thomas N.N. Hamiela is indeed a selfless and dedicated commander with exceptional achievement in military training, operation, staff assignment, and commandship. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1990 as one of the pioneers of the Namibian Army and the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duty with utmost discipline, dedication, hard work, and unwavering commitment. Major General retired Hamiela served in various portfolios, such as a diplomat in the Republic of Zimbabwe and a Namibian Army commander of the Land Force until his retirement from the service. Today, we honor Major General retired Thomas N.N. Hamiela, a career military general officer and a veteran of the national liberation struggle of Namibia, for the excellent and inspirational role he had played in the development of meritorious services into the Namibian Defense Force, in particular, as well as the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we honor Major General retired Thomas N.N. Hamiela, most of excellent order of the Eagle, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian National Honor System as the most excellent order of the Eagle, 3rd class. Citation: Rear Admiral retired Sinsi N.B. Nipando is indeed a selfless and a dedicated commander with exceptional achievement in military training, operation, staff assignment, and commandship. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1990 and is one of the pioneers of the Namibian Army and the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duties with utmost discipline, dedication, hard work, and unwavering commitment. Rear Admiral retired Nipando served in numerous different portfolios, and he served as the Namibian Navy commander until retired from the service. Today, we honor Rear Admiral retired since N.B. Nipando, a career flag officer and a veteran of the national liberation struggle of Namibia, for the excellent and inspiration role he played in the development and meritorious services into the Namibian Defense Force, and spearhead the establishment and development of the Namibian Navy in particular, and as well as the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we honor Rear Admiral retired since N.B. Nipandwa as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian National Honor System as the most excellent order of the Eagle, 3rd class. Citation: Major General Aktofel Ndengu Nambahu is indeed a selfless and dedicated commander with exceptional achievement in military training, staff assignment, and commandship. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1990 and is one of the pioneers of the Namibian Army and the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duty with utmost discipline, dedication, hard work, and unwavering commitment. Major General Nambahu served in numerous different portfolios, and he is now serving as the Namibian Army Commander of the Land Force. Today, we honor Major General Aktofel Ndengu Nambahu as a career military general officer and a veteran of the national liberation struggle of Namibia for the excellent and inspirations role he played in the development and meritorious services into the Namibian Defense Force in particular, and as well as the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we honor Major General Aktofel Ndengu Nambahu, Commander of Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force honor system as the commander of the most distinguished Order of Military Merit, 2nd class. Citation: Rear Admiral Saheus Brindley Content is indeed a selfless and a dedicated commander with exceptional achievement in military training and operations, staff, and command assignment. He was enlisted in the Namibian Defense Force in 1994 and spearheaded the establishment and development of the Namibian Navy. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duty with utmost discipline and dedication. Rear Admiral Conte served in numerous different portfolios, and he is now serving as the Namibian Navy Commander. Today, we honor Rear Admiral Saheus Contep, a career flag officer, for exemplary and skillful role he has played in the establishment of the Namibian Navy and development of the Namibian Defense Force, in particular, as well as the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we honor Rear Admiral Sakeus, Contep, Commander of Most Distinguished of Military Order, as we invite him to join the revered alumni, the Namibian Defense Force or system, as the commander of the Most Distinguished Order at Military Merit, 2nd class. Citation: Major General Petrus Severinus Penda Amnyela Nathinge is a courageous, hardworking, and a commitment general officer in the Namibian Defense Force. He achieved notable successes in both military and academic training, is an attitude performed in both staff assignment. He joined the Namibian Defense Force as a veteran of the National Liberation Struggle in 1990 as one of the pioneers of the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force as a combined the skills and experience acquired from the military training and various assignments with diligence and dedication. Major General Nathinge have served throughout his career in numerous different portfolios within the Namibian Defense Force, in the Namibian Defense Force Secretariat, where he currently serves as a Deputy Executive Director for Strategy, Policy, Plans, and Coordination, a position he has held since September 2020. Today, we honor Major General Petrus Severinus Penda Amnyela Nathinge for his exemplary leadership and selfless efforts he has put into every role and assignment he was entrusted with toward the development of the Namibian Defense Force and the delivery of the services to the Namibian people. At this sole occasion, we honor Major General Petrus Severinus Penda Amnyela Nathinge, Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force honor system as the Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, 2nd class. Citation: Brigadier General Freddy Mundia Maiba is indeed a selfless and a dedicated general officer with inspirations and exemplary skills in staff assignment and military training. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1990 and is one of the pioneers of the Namibian Army and Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duty with utmost discipline, hard working, and dedication. Brigadier General Maiba served in numerous different portfolios, and he is now serving as the defense advisor to the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. Today, we honor Brigadier General Freddy Mundia Maiba, a career military general officer and a veteran of the National Liberation Struggle of Namibia, for the exemplary role he has played in the establishment and development of the Namibian Defense Force, in particular, and the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we honor Brigadier General Freddy Mundia Maiba, Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force honor system as the Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, 3rd class. Citation: Brigadier General Vele Mankama is a courageous, hardworking, unwavering general officer in the Namibian Defense Force with distinctive achievement in military training, operations, and staff assignment. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1990 and is one of the pioneers of the Namibian Army in the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duties with utmost discipline and dedication. Brigadier General Ankama served in numerous different portfolios, and he is currently serving as the Chief of Staff Defense Logistics in the Namibian Defense Force. Today, we honor Brigadier General Willem Ankama, a career military general and veteran of the national liberation struggle, for exemplary and skillful role he played in the establishment and development of the Namibian Defense Force in particular, and the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we honor Brigadier General Willem Ankama as Command of the most distinguished Order of Military Merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force honor system as the Commander of the most distinguished Order of Military Merit, 3rd class. Citation: Brigadier General Owen Patrick Orange is a truly selfless and a dedicated commander. With exemplary achievement in military training, operations, staff assignment, and a command, he joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1996 as the first recruit intake in the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duties with utmost discipline and dedication. Brigadier General Orange served in numerous and different portfolios, and he is now serving as the General Officer commanding Air Defense Brigade in the Namibian Defense Force. Today, we honor Brigadier General Owen Patrick Orange, a career general officer, for excellent and distinguished role he had played in the Namibian Defense Force, rather developing the Namibian Defense Force in the Republic of Namibia. At this sole occasion, we are honoring Brigadier General Owen Patrick Orange, Commander of Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force honor system as the Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of the Military Merit, 3rd class. Citation: Brigadier General Nathaniel Nangorongoro is indeed a courageous and dedicated general officer whose exceptional achievements in military training, operations, and staff assignment. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1996 as the first recruit intake in the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duties with utmost discipline, enthusiasm. Brigadier General Ngolo served in numerous different portfolios, and he is now serving as the Chief of Staff for Defense Intelligence in the Namibian Defense Force. Today, we honor Brigadier General Nathaniel Ngolo for distinct role he has played in the development of the Namibian Defense Force in particular, and the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we are honoring Brigadier General Nathaniel Ngolo, Commander of Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force honor system as the Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of the Military Merit, 3rd class. Citation: Brigadier General Remingius Hafeni Kalimba is a courageous, hardworking, and unwavering general officer in the Namibian Defense Force with a distinctive achievements in military training, operations, and staff assignment. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1990 and is one of the pioneers of the Namibian Army and the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duties with utmost discipline, dedication, hard work, Brigadier General Kalimba served in numerous different portfolios, and he is currently serving as the Deputy Chief of Staff Joint Operation in the Namibian Defense Force. Today, we honor Brigadier General Remingius Afeni Kalimba, a career military general officer and a veteran of the national liberation struggle, for the excellent and distinguished role he has played in the establishment and development of the Namibian Defense Force, in particular. At this sole occasion, we honor Brigadier General Remingius Afeni Kalimba, Commander of the most distinguished order of military merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force honor system as the commander of the most distinguished order of military merit, 3rd class. Citation: Brigadier General Philemon Hidimonjila Shafashike is indeed a selfless and dedicated general officer with exceptional skills in tactics, military training, achievements in operations, staff assignments, and commandship. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1996 as the first recruit intake in the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force, performed his duty with utmost discipline, dedicated, hardworking, and unwavering commitment. Brigadier General Shafashike served in numerous different portfolios, and he is now serving as the Chief of Staff, Plan and Policy in the Namibian Defense Force. Today, we honor Brigadier General Philemon Hidimonjila Shafashike, a career general officer, for exemplary and skillful role he has played in the development of the Namibian Defense Force and the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we honor Brigadier General Philemon Hidimonjila Shafashike, Commander of Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force honor system as a commander of the most distinguished order of the military merit, 3rd class. Citation: Commodore Retoven Hawanga Muhenye is indeed a selfless, dedicated, hard-working, and unwavering martial officer with exceptional achievement in military training, operations, and staff assignments. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1996 as the first recruit intake in the Namibian Defense Force. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duties with utmost disciplines and enthusiasm. Air Commodore Muhenye served in numerous different portfolios, and he is currently serving as the Chief of Staff Human Resources in the Namibian Defense Force. Today, we honor Air Commodore Retoven Hawanga Muhenye, a career military marshal, for the excellent and distinguished role he has played in the development of the Namibian Defense Force, in particular, and the Republic of Namibia in general. At this sole occasion, we honor Air Commodore Retoven Hawanga Muhenye, Commander of Most Distinguished Order of Military Merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force system as the commander of the most distinguished order of the military merit, 3rd class. Citation: Rear Admiral Junior Great Erastus Lazarus is indeed a courageous, hard-working, and dedicated flag officer with a distinctive achievement in military operations, staff assignment, and commandship. He joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1994. He is one of the pioneers of the Namibian Navy and played a pivotal role in the establishment of the Maritime Corps. He rose through the ranks in the Namibian Defense Force and performed his duties with utmost discipline and dedication. He is a veteran of the national liberation struggle of Namibia, served in numerous different portfolios, and is now serving as the Deputy Navy Commander. Today, we honor Rear Admiral Junior Grade Erastus Lazarus, a career flag officer, for distinguished role he has played in the development of the Namibian Navy and meritorious services to the Namibian Defense Force in particular, and the Republic of Namibia in general. At this solo occasion, we honor Rear Admiral Junior Grade Erastus, most commander of most distinct order of the military merit, as we invite him to join the revered alumni of the Namibian Defense Force system as the commander of the most distinct order of the military merit, 3rd class. I thank you. Now I invite Your Excellency to confer the honor to the recipient. And she will be joined by the Chief of Defense Force. She will now start with the Air Vice Marshal Tefel Shaende. We might be seated, please.
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, we are still busy with the NDF 35th anniversary parade that's taking place at the Lieutenant General Jerobium Dimo Hamaambo Garrison right here in Grootfontein. The president now, who is the commander-in-chief, will be now handing over, or rather the National and Namibian Defense Force honors, still joined by Colonel Shilumbu, who will give us a brief understanding of what these honors mean. Colonel, over to you.
I earlier stated that on the 7th of March 2025, the Chief of the Defense Force commended the NDF members for their exceptional service during the state funeral of our founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. As a token of appreciation, therefore, the Chief of the Defense Force awarded commendation medals to all participants in the recognition of their commitment, professionalism, and dedication in honoring the founding president with dignified welfare. So some of those members are awarded today national honors and NDF medals, with the rest of participants who are not on this parade will be awarded by their service commanders respectively. We have just witnessed Air Vice Marshal Teophilus Shaende, the Air Force Commander, being awarded the national honor by the Commander-in-Chief, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. And next, it's now Rear Admiral retired Sinsi Bamba Nyipandwa. He is a retired general, so you can go on retirement and you can be recognized by the system. So we don't forget our retirees or our veterans.
Is that based on the contributions that you've
that he did while he was serving the Namibian Defense Force? So there are many who could be also awarded while they are on their retirement. And that's why we have the Rear Admiral retired been called today. He's not the only one. There are two. The other one, it's Major General Thomas Nopuju Hamnyela. He's also awarded an honor, a national honor, but he's not present today.
All right.
And then the rest are serving members. After him, we'll see Major General Aktofel Ndengu Nambahu, the Army Commander. He will also march forward and he will receive his medal.
Yeah, an interesting question was raised actually when the citations were being read, and the question was, do you receive a salary increment when you receive this honor, or is it just to recognize you for the contribution?
And there will be nothing on top of what you are getting on a monthly basis. There will be no salary increment. No. This is a recognition by the Chief of the Defense Force and approved by the Commander-in-Chief. That's why any operation that you carry out, for example, we had COVID-19 here. It's an operation that the Namibian Defense Force was also participating in.
Absolutely.
So we supposed to, or we deserve medals for COVID-19. It's a matter of resources made available, and you recognize your men and women in uniform for that specific medals. If you go to other countries, you'll see that those whether it's a private, whether it's a captain, whether it's a sergeant, whether it's a general, they are well decorated.
Absolutely.
Those decorations, they come because of the commitment and the deployment that they were involved in any operation, that they are recognized and they are awarded medals and certificates.
Yeah. I'm glad you've raised that, because I was actually one of the people who were under the impression that the more medals you had, the more, battle you have seen. I thought it was only for battle-tested members who receive medals, but I'm glad that you have now pointed out that, it's also for other activities that the military is involved in.
Yes, not necessarily just for battles, but we have medals that we have also received. For example, during the operation in Kavango and Zambezi region, Operation Mandumi. That operation, members who participated in that operation were also awarded medals. The operation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, we have members who have also received medals. The operation in Cambodia, the operation in UNAVIM, that is in Angola, United Nations Verification Mission in Angola, the operation in Liberia, that was the United Nations Mission in Liberia, the operation in Sudan, South and Darfur, African Union missions, UN missions. When you go to those missions, you will be awarded a medal by the UN. UN will award you a medal. Back home, when you have an operation, as I said, like Operation Mandume, operation the COVID-19, which was here, members deserve to have such medals because they have committed themselves to save the Namibian nation, to save their lives. You have seen that we had a mobile field hospital that was deployed in Erongo. Later on, it was deployed at Hosea Kutako International Airport. It was also deployed in Commerce region. So all these members who were involved in such operation, they deserve to be awarded such medals. And then you will see that it's a well-decorated, when people say it's a well-decorated soldier, you look at his chest, what type of medals are they carrying or are they wearing on? Yes.
I was interested for our viewers, how is the assessment done? I mean, if I'm in, say, South Sudan and I'm on a mission, what are some of the, is there a body that sits down and says, well, what Mambo has done has been exceptional, he has gone above and beyond what was expected of him? Please talk to us about how the assessment is done to come to the conclusion that yes, indeed, this serviceman or woman is deserving of such an honor?
First of all, the UN or the African Union or SADC put their request to the government of the Republic of Namibia to say we need 10 or 15 or 50 men and women in uniform to be deployed in a certain mission. The moment it's a SADC mission or it's an African Union mission or it's a UN mission, that body by itself already are the ones to award that member a medal in the mission area. So, for example, we have a mission, African Union mission in Darfur. So those members who were deployed there, on your first 6 months already in the mission area, you get 1 medal. Another 6 months in the mission area, because you have to serve for 12 months. So you get your 2nd medal. The same apply when we had a mission in Mozambique, SADC mission in Mozambique. The SADC itself already came up with medals for that specific mission. It is not necessarily that it is your country that is awarding you a medal, but your country will award you a medal on the internal operation that you carry out. But when it was a SADC mission in DRC, when Namibia, Zimbabwe, Angola went into DRC, then the country will award or has awarded those members back home. When they come back, then they are awarded those medals. Meaning, the moment you undertake a mission outside the country, obviously you deserve and you will be awarded that medal. But when it is a UN mission, it is automatically UN has mechanism in place to say that all members from each country that are participating in that specific mission, they will be awarded medals upon the completion or upon their tour of duty in that specific mission. Be it in Darfur, be it in Liberia, be it in Cambodia, where they were, be it in South Sudan, be it in Abyei. So be it Ethiopia, because we also went to Ethiopia, we also went to Kosovo, we also went to Eritrea. So those missions, those members who were in those countries, in those missions, they were awarded medals.
Yeah, while we're on that topic, I think it's important for those who perhaps may not know, is that when a country embarks on a mission, it's at the invite of the country, isn't it?
Yes. The UN are the ones to invite a specific country that we need. There's a crisis where we need a peacekeeping mission. Are you able as Namibia to contribute a certain number with certain equipment? Luckily now we have a Y9 aircraft. You will be also required maybe to airlift your own equipment and to airlift your personnel to that specific mission area. So when such request it's presented to a specific country, it now becomes that a country will commit itself and deploy those personnel in that specific mission, and then upon completion of the mission, you are now getting that award.
Yeah, there we see Brigadier General Orange also receiving his medal from the head of state and the commander-in-chief, and we heard the troops making so much noise about him receiving that. I'm assuming is a very charismatic figure amongst the troops.
Brigadier General Patrick Orange has been a parade commander at many parades, and that's why he has been together with most of these troops, be it from the Army, Air Force, and Navy, for a long time. In 2023, when we had a parade here, for the late president, he was the parade commander. And the last independence celebration, he was the parade commander, although that celebration did not take place at Independence Stadium, but he was with his troops as it was already indicated by the Chief of the Defense Force, that these troops were the same troops who were prepared for independence 2025.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that event could not take place, and that's why he is with his troops, so they know him very well. And he has been very accommodative to these troops, and that's why they always cheers to him whenever his name is being mentioned.
All right.
Yeah.
Another burning question, an interesting one. The president, of course, is the commander-in-chief, and some members of the public were wondering, well, why is she not wearing a military, outfit? Is there any rules around the chief of the commander-in-chief not wearing that attire? Please just let's clear that out so we have a better understanding of how these things work.
The commander-in-chief just came to power. How many months? 3 months ago. She is still making her mind up and deciding where does she wants to align herself. Which uniform is she going to select? Is it the Army, the Air Force, or the Navy? And looking at her aide de camp is from the Navy, the lady.
Yeah.
So don't be surprised selecting also the same uniform, and then they will be all putting on white or blue. So she is still making that decision. She haven't yet decided which uniform is she going to wear. And that's why we are still waiting for her selection, and then she will be issued the uniform. For now, she haven't made that decision, but she was consulted that which uniform do you want? She said, wait, I want first to see which one. So we don't know which service will she align herself with, because it is her choice. Yes.
So as we wait in great anticipation. Now, she also delivered the keynote address, and she started off by emphasizing or pointing out how far the NDF has come since its inception in 1990, where we saw the two former adversaries in the form of Plan and SWAT-EF putting their differences aside and saying, look, what we fought for now is no longer relevant. How are we going to build this country together and put our hands together? But talk to us about, how that process worked out, and of course also some of the key takeaways that you noted in her keynote address.
Yeah, she started off recognizing the history of the Defense Force, the accomplishment, the success stories. But then she has a focus that the Defense Force should focus on this area. And she has pointed out 6 of them, which I would also want to point out. Number 1, she wants a disciplined force. When we started, me and you, I mentioned earlier the issue of discipline. So discipline is very, very important. You have heard it from her. She said she wants a disciplined force, and it must be maintained throughout. She don't want indisciplined soldiers under her leadership as a commander-in-chief. That's number 1. Number 2, very, very important, she mentioned welfare of our service members. She wants the welfare of the soldiers to be taken care. Number 3, ought to be or should be enhanced. She mentioned something that the welfare of the troops should be enhanced. Number 3, training. And she said retraining. So training is continuous in the Defense Force. It never ended.
Because
until you retire. Yes, you need to update yourself. You need to be. And she also said training, monitoring, and evaluation. Okay. And then she went on to say technology, modern technology, we need to acquire and to be on par with other defense forces within the region. And then number 5, she mentioned that recruitment should be ongoing. It should not stop, because you have people who joined the Namibian Defense Force in 1990. They are aging. So as they are aging, you need to rejuvenate the force. So therefore, you need new members to be recruited, and the recruitment is ongoing. Number 6 is the fighting capability of the Defence Force. So it must be well equipped, well trained for fighting capability of the Defence Force.
Yeah. All right, Colonel, I understand you're also one of the individuals that will be receiving a medal. Congratulations, and we'll see you on the screen soon.
Thank you.
Much obliged. As a spokesperson of the Namibian Defence Force and Veteran Affairs, Colonel Shilumbu, just giving us a rundown of the highlights of the keynote address, and also just educating us a bit on why the Commander-in-Chief, I beg your pardon, the President, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, was not yet wearing any military attire. He's also one of the recipients who will be recognized in terms of receiving a medal. I'll cross over to the podium.
Thanks a lot, Director of Ceremony, and congratulations once more again. Before I go to the one citation only, I have to read their names, those recipients, starting with Colonel P. Shilumbu, Colonel J. Akudenga, Lieutenant Colonel Shipanga. Those are in first class. In second class, I'll start with Colonel Ntinda, Colonel P. and Anton, Major Chivasi, Warrant Officer Class 1 Shikongo, Warrant Officer Class 1 BK Chirambi, Warrant Officer Class 1 PN Ambunda, Warrant Officer Class 1 P Newaka, Warrant Officer HM Kamambo, Warrant Officer Class 1 BM Riswaniso, Warrant Officer Class 1 LN Benhard, Warrant Officer Class 1 L Shanika, Warrant Officer Class 2 SS Chitendero, Warrant Officer Class 2 D Kapi, Warrant Officer Class 2 Bish Koeni, Warrant Officer Class 2A Niloloka, Staff Sergeant L Manda, Sergeant SN Shama, Sergeant H Weather, Sergeant D.G. Mayamba, Corporal M.N. Nekondo, from Special Force. Is he there? Corporal P.M. Ngala, Corporal E. Hailombe, ACM M. Jai, ABL N. Thomas. Citation. At independence on 21st March 1990, the government of the Republic of Namibia established a system of honors to honor those individuals who distinguish themselves through deeds and actions of bravery in the services of their countries and their people. Through the Namibian National Honors System consists of orders, decorations, and medals are conferred upon the heroes and heroines of our soil collectively. The Namibian Defence Force medals instituted throughout the government gazette and issued to the Namibian Defence Force members and former Namibian Defence Force members who have distinguished themselves by outstanding service and utmost devotion and duty. The Namibian Defence Force members' commendable performance in keeping with the traditions of military service and reflects credit upon themselves to the Namibian Defence Force. The Chief of the Defence Force, who is the custodian of the military honors system, shall confer military honors to the Namibian Defence Force members and the former Namibian Defence Force members for their courage, loyalty, and selfless actions which greatly contributed toward the peace which reigns in our country and good conduct of service, and issuance of the medals follows under a list of honors recognizing the outstanding achievement by deserving members. Honoring and awarding of medals is a tradition that has come over the years and back in the centuries. Time is now for the Chief of the Defence Force, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinias, to award Commendation Medal First Class and Second Class to the deserved members. Air Marshal, sir.
Thank you very much, Chief of the Defense Force and Commandant once again. Once again, congratulations to all honored recipients. Your commitment and outstanding service reflects the highest values of the Namibian Defense Force. Let us all express once again our appreciation with another resounding round of applause. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the final phase of the parade activities. What will follow next is the national salute, during which the anthems of the African Union and the Republic of Namibia will be played. In the same vein, the parade commander will request permission from the Commander-in-Chief to march off the parade. This will then be followed by the display of a portion of the NDF equipment, fly past, free fall demonstration, and the showcase of skills by our able pilots through aerial display. Your Excellency, at this juncture, I'm humbly requesting all to rise once more for the national salute and anthem of the African Union and the Republic of Namibia. Parade Commander.
Right! Attention! Your Excellency, may I have your permission to march off the parade, followed by equipment display, fly past, free fall, and aerial display. Your Excellency.
The rest, we might be seated. Only the Excellency will be.
Very good afternoon. You're still watching the 35th anniversary of the Namibian Defense Force taking place here in Grootfontein, the Lieutenant Dino Hamaambo Garrison. And there we are seeing on the screen the Commander-in-Chief about to see the troops do the march off. And before that we had the conferment of commendation medals by the CDF, that's the Chief of the Defense Forces, and before that the conferment of national and NDF honors by the Commander-in-Chief. We are seeing some helicopters there. Colonel, if you may educate us on what that military equipment is.
Yes, the helicopters have just taken off. They are preparing for aerial display. What will happen now after the parade have marched off, it will be followed by equipment display. That will be followed by the fly past. Then we'll have free falls, and then we'll have aerial display. So the helicopters are just going to take up their position. They are holding position. That's why they take this time to get ready for the fly past. In front there you have Alouette, 3 Alouettes, and then you have Z9 helicopter, and then you have Mi-24 attack helicopter.
Which one is the biggest of them all?
It depends. It depends what you're looking at. The Z9, it's a transport. It's a transport helicopter. The Alouette is also a transport helicopter. The Mi-24, it's an attack helicopter, but you can also utilize it for transport helicopter. It's a transport helicopter.
All right, in the meantime, we will still be talking about, you will be schooling us on the different types of equipment that will be on display in a short while, but in the meantime, let's allow our audience to also just enjoy this moment as the parade marches off. And there we're seeing the parade doing the march off in front of the Commander-in-Chief, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. We're now expecting, I think, the moment that many of us have been waiting for, at least some of us who are here live, and that is the display of the military equipment or military hardware, if you may want to use that word. But I'll pass it over to Colonel Chilumbu here to walk us through in terms of what we're seeing on our screens, the type of equipment that is being displayed, where it was procured, and what purpose it serves on the battlefield.
Okay, first of all, we have the motorbikes from military police or provost battalion, and then we have the leading Land Cruisers. They are just admin vehicles. The Land Cruisers are followed by two Marua Agarare vehicles. They are mounted with a 7.62 millimeter light machine gun. That is to engage enemy infantry units. And then we also have two Land Cruisers mounted with a 20 millimeter cannon gun and a 12.7 millimeter Colt medium machine gun and a 7.62 millimeter light machine guns. Those are the Agarare I've mentioned earlier. They are mounted with 7.62 millimeter light machine gun. They are followed by
before you move on to the larger vehicles, the machine gun, in what type of instances is it used?
These weapons are used to engage aerial targets and infantry units.
So when you say aerial targets, we're talking about helicopter, aircraft.
Yes, it can be used for aerial target. It can be used also on enemy infantry units on the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the Marua Agarare vehicles. Those two who were just leading the procession in front.
And they're followed by what we grew up knowing as Caspers, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
talk to us about those ones.
Those ones, we call them...
Display, Your Excellency.
It's armored personal carrier, but these ones, the specific ones that you just saw now, they are called...
Your Excellency, approach from the left to...
Okay, while we're looking for that, please just give us a description of these troops that we're seeing. Are they the everyday soldier that we see?
Those are paratroopers. It's a paratrooper demonstration platoon. And then within that platoon, there are two snipers for strategic support. The snipers, you know what snipers can do.
Absolutely.
So those are the paratroopers, and the snipers are those ones behind. You see how they are dressed, camouflaged. You can pass by without recognizing him, but you will think that it's a bush. Meanwhile, it's a sniper just ambushing. So those are the paratroopers.
And in what instances are their services called upon? Because we understand they're quite specialized. You get the ones that do the basic military training, and then you get these guys that go a notch up. They are from special forces. The paratroopers are part and parcel of the special forces. But in this case, these ones are called paratroopers with the two snipers who can be deployed anywhere for specific mission. And then we have these two vehicles. This specific vehicle are mounted with 12.7 millimeter medium machine gun and 7.62 light machine gun. They are suitable for both urban and field operation. We're hearing the special forces troops there chanting Is this part of building morale? Is it a culture that is developed during their training? Talk to us a bit about the background in regards to what they're chanting now. I mean, it's maybe not audible now, but just to give us an general understanding.
That is part of training and boosting their morale whenever they are in any operation. So those guys, they are ever ready, well prepared, well trained, and that's why you see that most of them who are there are male soldiers.
Yeah.
So they are highly trained, and they can go for a mission even for 5 days without anything on the stomach.
Wow.
Okay, and then we have 5 armored personnel carriers. They are mounted with they are called P3 infantry fighting vehicles, consisting of a fighting vehicle equipped with a 73mm cannon gun and a 32mm smoke grenade launchers. We also have a command vehicle mounted with 12.7mm medium machine gun and a 35mm smoke grenade launchers, designed for both offensive and defensive operation. And then we have a Wolf. That's a Wolf armored personnel carrier. It is well known in Hamaambo. They call it Ashipa Lashomahonya Empungu. It is mounted with 12.7mm medium machine gun and a 7.62mm light machine gun.
If you could just maybe loosely translate the nickname that's given to that military equipment. What does it loosely translate to? We know Mbungu means
wolf. It's a wolf. But during the liberation struggle, we most of us in the northern area, especially from Zambezi, Kavango, and then northwestern, those vehicles used to be called that it's Oshiparasho Mahonya, meaning it can destroy your Mahangu field, it can destroy your fence, it can cause havoc to any enemy in front of you, especially when it's facing even infantry. Yes.
If we look at the sources from where the NDF procures, do we only procure from one country, or in terms of the military equipment, or do we procure from several countries?
We look at our needs and where our needs can be found. We don't just procure at one specific country. We procure all over the world. We can procure in South Africa, we can procure in China, we can procure in any country, we can procure in Russia, we can procure Brazil, we can procure any country, as long as we look at our needs and where can we find those needs. That is.
We have a truck passing by with that rotating equipment on the back. What exactly is it?
That is one of our jamming vehicle, functions as for electronic warfare during special missions. So that one is for jamming. It's for jamming welfare,
For jamming the airspace, or
it can jam the airspace. It can jam enemy aircraft. It's also that is the weapon I was telling you that
there we see I think that's the famous Katusha, as it's commonly known, the one with the multiple barrels. Talk to us a bit about that and why it has such a dangerous reputation.
Yes, it is Katusha. It is very effective. It can fire at a distance of up to 20 kilometers. It's very
effective.
You have a 40 barrel and a 36 barrel. Yes. And then you have Samuel 50 pulling a 152 millimeter howitzer artillery weapon.
There we have a very common military equipment that we all became accustomed to during, of course, that sad period when we were preparing for the funeral of the late President Dr. Hage Geingob. Talk to us a bit about the use of these vehicles. What's it called again? The RJ?
That's the RG32.
RG32.
Yes, the RG32, it's also an effective weapon. It can also engage enemy, whether it's urban or in rural.
Yeah.
It's a very, very effective weapon. And it's mounted with light machine gun. That is it can also self-control. You remote control.
Okay.
And then it's very, very effective for engaging. You see, it's rotating. It can rotate by itself. So it can engage the enemy aircraft without a soldier controlling it.
Wow.
Or exposed. So within, you can control it with a remote control. And then you have a Marine platoon. Those are from the Navy, the Marines.
Behind the boat is a Marine.
What's the difference between the Marines and the Special Forces? Do they undergo the same type of training to acquire those specialized skills?
No, they don't go through the same training. The Marine are actually the infantry for the Navy. Yeah, so they don't do the same training, but they can operate together. They can be incorporated in together, and then they can operate together.
But they also do have a very specialized set of skills.
Yes, they have specialized skills that they are trained in, and they can operate in any environment.
We're also seeing military equipment bearing the Red Cross, obviously, which shows that it's for medical purposes. But talk to us about the importance of having, medical aid on the ground.
That is an UNOMOG ambulances. The UNOMOG ambulances are dedicated for Kasavik evacuation during operation. And then we also have 15,000 liter diesel bowser and a 12,000 liter water bowser for resupplying fuel and water in operation and exercise areas. Then you also have, that is a workshop, that is Ural mobile field workshop for mobile service and repair during the operation. And then we have a MAN V8 truck carrier designed to transport trucks on a low bed trailer. Yeah, that is the one. That's a MAN V8 truck carrier designed to transport trucks on a low bed trailer. And then we have a Wolf heavy recovery vehicle for recovering heavy vehicles. That's the Wolf, a heavy recovery vehicle for recovering heavy vehicles.
That marks the end of the equipment display, Your Excellency. We are now.
That is the MAN.
This is a
V8 truck.
This is a heavy equipment, and one can't help but wonder, the maintenance that goes into this. How often are these things serviced so that we ensure that they are battle ready or operation ready?
Yes, you need to maintain them so that it does not hinder your operation at any given time. So you need also to have specialized personnel who are specialized to mechanics to make sure that these equipment are serviceable and they are ready for operation at any given time.
All right. Okay, let's now cross over to
aerial display.
To the aerial display. So quickly just go over to where the announcement is being made, and we'll talk about the various formations.
Okay, we have a Zulu formation. That is the helicopters. They are rolling in for a fly past from east to west at 65 knots in an arrowhead formation. It is led by Wing Commander Ambabi, and his co-pilot is Nick Shah, flying the Cheetah helicopter. The Cheetah helicopter is the helicopter in front. They also call it a mosquito helicopter. He's flanked on his left by Flight Lieutenant Namolo, and his co-pilot is Flight Officer Kachita. On the right, they are flanked by Flight Lieutenant Nimbrasha and his co-pilot is Flight Lieutenant Nekongo. Both flanks are flying the Cheetah Alouettes helicopters. Behind them, it's Wing Commander Tota and his co-pilot. It's Flight Lieutenant Numbala flying the Z9 helicopter. And then they are followed by the Deputy Air Force Commander, Air Commodore Abet Nande Yepa, and his co-pilot, it's Flight Officer Shilongo. They are flying the Mi-24 attack helicopter. You remember that you were asking which helicopter is the biggest one. You will see now they are coming very close to you, to your screens, and the one a little bit higher, that is the Mi-24, an attack helicopter.
Talk to us a little bit about the Zulu formation, maybe a brief history of where it comes from. Why specifically this formation?
Zulu formation is a name that they give each other when they are flying. In this case, they name this Zulu formation. So when they are communicating with air traffic controllers, when they say Zulu formation, then they are talking of these ones. But the formation that they are flying in, it's an arrowhead formation. That is the information that is the formation that they are flying in. But the Zulu formation, it is just the name given to them when they are communicating with air traffic controller. Yes. So the leading one, the one in front, that is now the Cheetah helicopter, Aka Mosquito. They call it the Aka Mosquito.
So I'm assuming it's the lightest giving.
It's different. Yeah, it's the lightest of all. And then it is flanked, left and right is flanked by the Alouette helicopters. And then after that, it's followed by the Z9 helicopter. And this is now the Mi-24 attack helicopter.
Okay, let's just listen to that sound.
After Zulu is a Tosha formation led by Flight Lieutenant Kamati, pilot in command, his flight engineer, Warrant Officer Class 2, Shalongo, and their flight navigator, leading aircraftsman Mafila, flying a Y9E transport aircraft, escorted by Flight Officer Angula and his co-pilot, Flight Officer Haimbodi, flanking him on his left, and Squadron Leader Klassen and his co-pilot, Flight Officer Fish, flanking him on his right. Behind them is Wing Commander Tobias and his co-pilot, Flight Officer Ehumbo. The escorts are flying a K-8 jet trainer light attack aircraft.
All right, we just saw the 5+ fly past, I beg your pardon there, by the helicopters. But right now on our screen we have the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense. We saw them earlier sharing a laugh there. But up next, Colonel, we understand that there will be another set of aircraft that will be also flying by. Talk to us about that.
We are expecting a Tosha formation. That was Zulu formation. Now we are expecting a Tosha formation. A Tosha formation have already communicated with the tower that they are approaching. A Tosha formation comprised of, or will be rolling in behind Zulu formation for a fly past from east to west at 220 knots in a box formation led by Flight Lieutenant Max Kamati as pilot in charge. Then Warrant Officer P.A. Shalongo as flight engineer, and leading aircraftman Mafwila as flight navigator, flying the Y9E transport aircraft. This Y9E aircraft is escorted by Flight Lieutenant Hangula and his co-pilot is Flight Officer Haimbodi on his left flank. And Squadron Leader Klassen, who has been interviewed this morning, and his co-pilot, Flight Officer Fish, on the flank. Behind them with Wing Commander Tobias and co-pilot Egumbo. The escorts are flying the K8 jet trainer light attack aircraft. So that's the Y9 flanked by K8, 3 K8 aircraft, left, right, and one behind. So the Y9, it's been piloted by Max Kamati.
In order for this aircraft to operate successfully, Your Excellency, behind the scene, there is a team of technicians, highly trained, with a sole mandate to ready the aircraft and maintain them, and make sure they are ready for operations. In addition, there is also aviators in reserve, ready to take up their duties in case there is a need for air crew replacement. Next on our schedule is an aerial display performed by the K8 jet trainer light attack aircraft. This aircraft will be flown by the brave and fearless squadron leader Garrison and his co-pilot, Flight Officer Fisher. The K8 jet trainer light attack aircraft is a highly maneuverable aircraft capable of reaching the top speed of Mach 0.7, approximately equivalent to 800 kilometers an hour. It is best suited for training new and upcoming pilots. The Namibian Air Force has been operating this aircraft for 22 years, since the year 2003 up to date. Our Chief of the Defense Force, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinyas, and the Namibian Air Force Commander, Air Vice Marshal Theophilus Shaende, are seasoned pilots and are experts at flying this aircraft. Rolling in now from the west. Coming in slow. That is now executing a high-speed low pass with an aileron roll at 300 knots from the west to the east. The K8 is now repositioning to roll in from the east to the west and is going to execute a maneuver called a Cuban 8. In order to execute this maneuver, the pilot has to concentrate very hard and be very disciplined. There he is coming in, low and fast, setting up to execute the Cuban 8. That is the Cuban 8, and in reposition to commence another Cuban 8. Excellency, in order to execute this maneuver, the pilot has to be physically and mentally fit and prepared. That's it, the Cuban 8 completed. Now the K8 is going to reposition to roll in from the west to the east, and it's going to execute a 4-point roll. There's a K8 coming in fast, low, setting up for the 4-point roll. flight officer official. The gate is now repositioning to roll in from the east to the west and is going to execute a maneuver which is called inverted flight. There it is, coming in low and fast. Setting up for the inverted flight. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the inverted flight, well executed by the squadron leader in his full time. The gate will now reposition to roll in from the west to the east, and it is going to do a slow speed, dirty pass in landing configuration at 170 knots. Coming in now from the right, low, slow, in landing configuration. As you can see, the landing here. The K8 is now repositioning itself. The K8 is now repositioning to roll in from the east to the west at 320 knots and is going to execute a high-speed double aileron roll. There it is, coming in from the left. There it is. Correction, it just executed a combatant to the left. That marks the end of the K8 aerial display. Next on our schedule is the free-falling. Paratroopers will be jumping from a Z9 helicopter flown by Wing Commander Justice Wanambula Mutota and his co-pilot, Flight Lieutenant Umbala, from the height of 7,000 feet. I'll now hand over to Colonel Pinias of the paratrooper community. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Your Excellency, we are now transiting to the second part of the display, which is a free fall, whereby we are expecting a total of 7 free fallers. In front of you, Your Excellency, on the ground, we have got dropping zone safe officers who are Warren Karastu Gabriel Kola Ofiku, a drop zone safe officer, and his assistant, Sergeant Abinir Sebutamba, assistant drop zone safety officer. On the free fallers, first we will be expecting Major Festus Kanjala Mutota.
Yes, Colonel, now we are seeing the free fallers after the fly past. by Squadron Leader Klassen there. Of course, the free fallers are also a crowd favorite. Let's wait for that roaring sound to pass by.
Yes, the free fallers were dropped at 7,000 feet by the Z9 helicopter. We have members on the ground. We have Warrant Officer Gabriel Kola Haufiku, a dropping zone safety officer, and then we have also Sergeant Abner Shekutamba, an assistant dropping zone safety officer. So we are expecting the following free fallers to jump in the following sequence. That is Major Festus Mutota with the national flag. He is the first to land on the parade ground. Then we are also expecting Sergeant John Tautiko David. He is the one carrying the the AU flag. And then we are also expecting Staff Sergeant Tobias Kambode with the NDF flag. Then we are also expecting Sergeant George Hangula with the Army flag. We are also expecting Staff Sergeant Setson Dekupanda with Air Force flag. So, and then Warrant Officer Venyo Shifotoka. We have just seen Major Festus Mutota, well-trained, well-motivated, well-disciplined, physically, mentally, and emotionally fit, and self-determined.
Who are we having right now on?
Now we are having Sergeant John Tautiko David. I've mentioned that this one, it requires somebody who is well-trained, well-motivated, well-disciplined, physically, mentally, and emotionally fit, and also self-determined. Then we have Staff Sergeant Tobias Kambode with the NDF flag. He's landing, he's coming. He's coming, he's coming. He's also well-trained, he's well-motivated, well-disciplined, physically, mentally, and emotionally fit, and also self-determined. So he's controlling the wind, he's controlling the parachute, he's controlling, he's landing, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Just watch the way he's landing on the ground. Well-disciplined, well-trained, well-motivated, physically, mentally, and emotionally fit.
Colonel, if you may, just talk to us about what it takes to be, you know, a paratrooper, like these individuals are saying now here, to be a free faller. What are some of the attributes that one should have to qualify for this type of job?
This one, it only requires somebody who is physically fit. There's no need for you to have special qualification. As long as you have your grade 10 and you get to special forces, you should be able to handle the pressure, because they are very, very well trained, and they can go up to 14 days without a hot meal. So they survive in the jungle. They get special training. So these are free fallers. These ones plus the paratroopers, they all get trained at our School of Special Force.
I think I fell out when you said 14 days without a hot meal. So I definitely won't qualify.
You will not qualify because you will survive on tinned fish, on tinned food. So without hot meal for 14 days, you will go for this training. When you come out, you are someone else. Yes. So this one.
What are we seeing now on our screens?
We just witnessed the arrival of Staff Sergeant Setson Akumanga with the Air Force flag. He is also a well-trained soldier, motivated, well-disciplined, physically, mentally, and emotionally fit, and also self-determined soldier.
Once again, it's interesting to note that they are free-falling in order of seniority. We had the Army first. And then
we have the national flag first.
The national flag, yes.
And then the AU flag. And then the NDF flag. And then the Army flag. And then the Air Force flag. And then the Navy flag. Yes.
There you go.
So this is now Warrant Officer Shifotoka.
There you go.
Veyo Shifotoka with a Navy flag.
Is there a specific country where we send our troops to get trained in this particular...
These colleagues are trained here in Namibia. To be specific, they started their training here. The School of Special Force, it's just based here in Grootfontein. So they are trained here. So they are trained indoor, and then after indoor, then they get now the practical part of it. So jointly with the Air Force with air equipment, they drop them at 7,000 feet or more than 7,000 feet, and then they will always be able to control the wind, because you must be very, very well disciplined for you to make it on the ground.
Absolutely. So in other words, we don't send them to be trained outside. It's all locally produced.
They are locally produced, but that does not stop us not to send them out also to go further and to have additional tactics of operating the parachutes. Yes.
There we saw the Commander-in-Chief flanked by the First Gentleman, of course, expressing, I'm assuming that smile is a smile of satisfaction with the way the job has been executed by the paratroopers. Indeed, a proud moment not only for her as the CIC, but I think also for everybody watching this. As Namibians, there is a certain level of pride that we derive from viewing things like this.
Yes, what we are witnessing now, the free fallers are coming forward to salute the Commander-in-Chief, and then they will be dismissed to get all their parachutes. But yeah, that's Major Mutota, and then the rest of the members, Special Forces, free fallers. They are not the only ones. They are not the only ones. Yeah.
So we have quite a number of them.
Yes. So the Commander-in-Chief, it's happy to come and shake them.
Indeed.
And also to motivate them. This is a good motivation, because if your hand has been shaken by the president, he will not want to shake with anyone else today. So some people will even remain for a week not been shaken by anyone, because he said this is a luck.
Yeah.
I'm shaking the Commander-in-Chief today. So they are very, very happy and proud of themselves.
And indeed a well-deserved handshake.
Exactly.
Taking a...
That is the F7.
Those are the big machines. Those are the big boys.
You heard the sound, huh?
Yeah, I know.
Even the industry can shake. They are very, very, very powerful machines.
Very powerful.
Yes.
So those are called upon in times of real distress. Though those are now to support the ground forces.
Exactly. They will be called in to neutralize the enemy targets first before the infantry can move in. So they are very, very effective.
I think we've almost come to the end.
The F7.
The Venom formation, even the name of the formation, it sounds very deadly. Venom.
Venom formation will be rolling in from east to west, low and fast in the starboard. It's a starboard echelon formation. Thereafter, they will break left and right to commence with aerial displays. So they will come in now individually. So we have Venom 01 will be flown by Wing Commander Eliphas. That is Wing Commander Eliphas flying the Venom 1, while Venom
Hi there, I'm Wala Bwalia.
And I'm Rusangula. On this season of Property Menu, we'll be taking you on a journey through Windhoek's most desirable suburbs and gated estates.
In each episode, we're diving into a different suburb, showcasing the property types and price ranges, and tell you how you can secure your dream home.
We'll also explore the amenities each suburb has to offer: schools, parks, shopping centers, and many more.
Plus, we're bringing you expert advice on market trends and everything you need to know about buying property.
And don't forget our tips on interior and exterior deco.
The thing about panels and what it does to spaces is that it adds texture, depth, and dimension to your space.
Property Menu is your guide to Namibia's property market.
Catch all the action of Season 2.
Only on NBC2.
Get an exclusive behind-the-scenes look as the officers reunite with the on-the-street team to revisit the most gripping cases from seasons 1 through 3. Join us for in-depth updates, shocking revelations, and the latest developments as they share what happened after the cameras stopped rolling. You won't want to miss this powerful follow-up to the stories that kept you on the edge of your seat. Coming soon on NBC2.
Our Namibian Air Force Commander, Air Vice Marshal Teofele Shaende, is a very specialist at this aircraft and has mastered flying it. Well executed aileron roll from Venom 2. Now Venom 1 is approaching. And low.
Nothing like just like that. Maybe 100 liters is gone. Is it? Yeah. Serious? Yeah.
To the left, coming in low, is Venom 2. And is going to do a slow fly pass. That is Venom 2. Executing a low, slow fly pass.
Welcome back to this special live broadcast of the 35th anniversary of the Namibian Defence Force. We apologize for that technical glitch that we experienced for a while there, but we're seeing now on our screens. Well, a bit earlier on, we saw the Venom formation by the F7 jets. Yes. Venom?
Yes. Venom formation. It's F7s. The two F7s. One is flown by Wing Commander Eliphas, and Venom 2 it's by Wing Commander Liswaniso. You can see that these pilots are well-trained pilots.
I don't know if the people at home can hear
what we are saying.
What we are saying, what we are hearing, but this thing is powerful.
It is powerful, and that is the havoc it can cause when it attacking the enemy bases, enemy installation, enemy depot. But the most important thing that one need to take home, it's the communication between the two pilots. They are not coming in at the same time. They are communicating. You must be a good listener from the air traffic controller, from your from the other aircraft, and from your co-pilot, because they have to communicate and informing each other to say, okay, I'm getting in now. Let me get in. I'll get out. I'll inform you. So you must be a very good communicator to listen to the other pilot when you are in communication, because you can see that the flight or the demonstration here, it's been communicated by 3 people. It is yourself as a pilot, your co-pilot, the air traffic controller, and the other pilot in the other aircraft. So Venom 1 and Venom 2 are communicating properly and effectively.
And just for the interest of our viewers, these aircraft are only flown by a single pilot compared to Or do they also have co-pilots?
They have no. It's a single pilot. Yeah, it's a single pilot. Yes.
Keep good listening out, good communication on the radio, as well as a proper lookout throughout the entire flight. High concentration and a healthy mind is needed.
Just a quick recap of the Venom formation. They said they will be flying in, what is the starboard echelon?
Yes.
Echelon formation. What exactly is that?
These are terms that they use in the aviation industry, especially when it comes to jet fighter pilots. So they will always come up with a type of formations. So these are formations that are well known in the aviation industry, especially to military pilots. And that's why they call it a Venom formation, a starboard formation. So I think they are coming back again. You heard the powerful sound.
Absolutely.
That sound, you only hear it when it have attacked you and it's gone already. It has passed you already. So it's a matter of 5-3 seconds. So for you to catch it, it would be very, very difficult. You have seen that our camera guys here, they found it very difficult also to catch it. So it's a matter of, if you catch it for 3 seconds and then it disappears. Yeah. So it can cause havoc.
Here on our screen, of course, we're seeing former Army General Martin Shali as well, sitting next to the chief of the NCS, Hamanyela, also in attendance on this very for this very important day.
Reposition themselves to fly past information. Starboard echelon.
Flight display upon the table and we go announcement.
There they are, low in starboard echelon formation. That flight pass was to salute you, Your Excellency, and to honor your presence with us. I thank you.
Your Excellency, I request that you remain in your seat. You don't need to go out anymore. Let's just remain where we are so that I make a few announcements. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention. We have now concluded the equipment display.
And there we have come to the end of the program as far as the broadcast is concerned. Colonel, any last remarks?
Yes, the demonstration that you have witnessed today was not just a showcase. It's operational capability of the Defense Force, but also we show how our Defense Force has developed and the experience. We have seen these are our own Namibian sons and daughters who are serving the Namibian Defense Force, and we are here to make sure that this country remains at peace and stability that was already founded by those pioneers of the establishment of the Namibian Defense Force in 1990, and we will remain patriotic, we will remain committed, we will remain as a team, we will remain as a disciplined force, which the Namibians should feel proud of. Therefore, happy 35th anniversary to the Namibian Defense Force. And I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Colonel Chilumba, and also like to thank the rest of the team that came on board from the interviews that we had on GMN to give us a better understanding of the current affairs of the Namibian Defense Forces. I'm sure the viewers have highly appreciated this. With that said, we'll cross back to Windhoek. Stay tuned to NBC. Cheers for now.
Excellency the President will go to the holding room, accompanied to that holding room by the Chief of the Defense Force.